Okay, hold up. The attendant mutters, but to who you cannot say. Pitiful, just pitiful. His miserable murmuring gradually melts into tense silence. A bizarre rock appeared. It seems primed to explode. The bizarre rock transformed into a treasure rock. Laddie appears to have found something on the roadside. You look where she is pointing and spot a small drawstring pouch lying on the ground. Inside the pouch is a simple but beautiful necklace. Laddie's eyes light up at the sight of it. You gently place the necklace around Laddie's neck. Though she initially looks confused, when you say, "It looks nice on you," her cheeks flush slightly and she smiles. A thief appears. The brigand points at Laddie's simple necklace and yells, "Give that back." He continues, insisting in a rather courteous tone, "That necklace was something I stole from an accessory shop in Heroes Dominion." As the thief would have you believe, he pilfered the bauble from the shop and then dropped it in the midst of his escape. He's been looking for it ever since. He grabs for it and tries to wrench it off Laddie's throat. You've no choice but to fight to defend your ally. And fight. You look down at the thief, splayed flat on the ground, and say a few words of admonishment. If you take anything away from this, let it be that you should stop plying the pilfering trade. The brigand seems to regret what he's done and cries back, "Please listen. I want to return the stolen necklace to the shop I took it from." You believe the thief's tears of regret are genuine, so you take the simple necklace from Laddie and hand it over. The thief bows his head deeply and then heads off in the direction of Heroes Dominion. You happen to look down and spot a dingy charm on the ground. It seems the thief dropped it as he left. On the back of the charm is a child's writing. "Daddy, do your best at work." Kind of prone to dropping things, isn't he, you utter, somewhat flabbergasted, as you slip the charm into your pack. Don't hold back. Magnificent. Magnificent. You did great. Excellent. Magnificent. You make your way through the gorge, its walls of russet stone towering above you. It too is littered with the bones of fallen warriors and their sandblasted blades. Unnerved, you steal only brief glances at them as you charge ahead. But you notice Laddie regards them with a certain sadness. No one says a word for quite some time. Isn't that the Dominion? Lack chirps from its resting place in Laddie's hood, breaking the silence. Indeed, the gorge gives way to a large basin, at the center of which presumably lies Hero's Dominion. Laddie wipes the sweat from her brow and shuffles toward a nearby rock to sit down. Stop! That's a monster, you shout. Too late to prevent it from attacking poor Laddie. In one swift blow, a wild-eyed boy strikes the monster down. "You all right?" he barks, turning to Laddie. Unfortunately, it seems the enemy was not alone. More of them appear behind you, closing in fast. A man's voice emerges from the helmet and suit of armor before you. Those worthy of being Maiden must never let their guard down, Lavia, it chides. I know, Gladio. I know, the boy grimaces. What luck! It appears you've bumped into the Crimson Maiden completely by chance, which would make this Gladio fellow, in all the armor, the Crimson Attendant. This is all terribly convenient. You get straight to the point, explaining that you need to borrow the Maiden's relic. The Crimson Maiden appears startled by your sudden request. Apologies, but we're in a hurry, he says curtly. Apparently, a foul beast the Dominion uses for blood sport has escaped, and it has fallen to the Crimson Maiden to recapture it. Unwilling to let these two out of your sight after such a fortuitous meeting, you agree to help them track the beast down. You come across an open-air stall. A sign reads, "Huge Sale." As you peer into the stall, a merchant whirls around to greet you. The merchant says they're having a fire sale. Everything must go. The merchant says it's time to move on and begins closing up his stall. You cannot shop here anymore. fight him off. This must be a stela of the Isle's guardian spirit. The innkeeper challenges you to an arm wrestling match in lieu of any greeting. You handily defeat her. She then informs you that strong warriors such as yourself get to rent rooms free of charge. You and your party can stay however often you'd like. As you walk away, you're fairly certain you hear her bitterly complaining that she's yet to win a single match and that her business is doomed. Upon entering the shop, Laddie looks surprised and points at something. Following her gesture, you spy the familiar sight of the simple necklace. The owner explains that this necklace had been stolen, but then, wonder of wonders, the very miscreant who made off with it later returned it himself. Suddenly, from the back of the shop, said miscreant shows himself. The one-time thief bows his head self-consciously. Evidently, the owner took a shine to the honest thief and offered him a job working in the shop. You remove the dingy charm from your pack and hand it to the man. Taking it in hand, he is so overcome with joy that he begins to weep. As it turns out, the charm was a gift from his beloved child. He had been searching. He grips the cherished charm tightly, explaining, "I only ever stole to put food on the table for my child." The shop owner proffers something to you, calling it a thank you for helping him meet a man with such an honest heart. The woman's eyes dart between you as she scribbles something in her notebook. "She who controls the information controls the fight," she says, before asking how powerful you are. To hear this man tell it, the last maiden was a proper hero of war. Compared to her, well, he trails off as a heavy sigh of disapproval forces its way out of him. I'm gonna apprentice with the attendant, the man boasts. He drops to the ground and manages a mere 5 push-ups before collapsing in exhaustion. You stepped on my foot, the man says, squaring up to you mere inches from your face. You have no memory of stepping on anything even vaguely foot-like. You apologize profusely, hoping to avoid any trouble. "Aw, we were supposed to duke it out," he says, clearly disappointed. The man stands stock still, silently praying over those whose lives were lost in the arena this day. Apparently, battles with captured monsters in the arena are quite the spectacle. There is one ferocious beast, she explains, that has vanquished every warrior to have challenged it. Watch yourself. Folks around here will use any excuse to start a fight, the woman warns you. You can't help but notice the glint of a knife in her belt. The Maiden shrine yet stands, though you think it looks rather forlorn. Clearly, it has been neglected in favor of the arena. The man eagerly awaits his turn in the ring. "My quarrel is not with humans," he says gravely. "You take that to mean you'll only be fighting monsters out there." "We need the money. The kids have to eat," the woman says to herself, seeming ready to put her life on the line to win. No, no! I forgot my salve, the man yells in a panic. A sudden calm washes over him. Oh, wait! There was a merchant back in the vestibule. What an emotional ride this man's life must be. I'm not taking registrations now, the receptionist says flatly. The receptionist calls out to you as you attempt to open the door. Apparently, you're not allowed in yet. A gate stands tall before you, marred here and there by deep gouges and scratch marks. You reckon the monsters for the arena battles are kept within. Fortune favors the bold. Fight him off. hold back. You find a beast lurking in the shadows of the valley, but it does not appear to be the one that the Crimson Maiden is searching for. It glares at you. Seems you're not getting out of this without a fight. Fight him off. Magnificent. Teamwork makes the dream work. Your stance keeps slipping. Gladio hisses at Livia as soon as the final blow's been struck. Sorry, Livia shoots back and resumes scanning the area for monsters. You find a beast huddled in a small burrow in the rock wall, but it does not appear to be the one that the Crimson Maiden is searching for. Nevertheless, it is not happy to have an intruder in its home and attacks. The party readies for battle. Congrats. You find a beast and immediately raise your sword to it, but it does not so much as flinch. Upon further inspection, it looks like a falling rock or something has crushed the poor creature's life right out of it. It's dead, Lavia says flatly. Lack and Laddie suddenly exhale, hands pressed to their chests in relief. Gladio, sensing an imminent threat, tells everyone to be on their guard. The clanking of heavy chains precedes the appearance of a massive beast. Blood drips from the iron hammers clutched in its fists. The party grips their own weapons ever tighter, fighting their own looming sense of fear. Don't hold back. magnificent. The Maiden launches one last attack as his attendant strikes the beast with the pommel of his sword. At last, the feral fiend falls silent. Lack and Laddie break out into a round of applause, which Levia greets with a smile and a playful swipe of his nose. "We're not done," Gladio reminds the party. He binds the beast in chains, hoists it up with one hand, and carries it back toward the Dominion. You never did get to ask about the Maiden's relic in the end. You follow them back to Hero's Dominion in hopes of rectifying that oversight. Hero's Dominion. A place so renowned, stories of it reached you across the vast sea. The cries of powerful warriors pierce the air, though it's impossible to tell if they're cries of joy or pain. Levia informs you that the Dominion attracts all manner of warriors who long to prove their strength in battle. There are even more than usual, he says, thanks to the tournament that's due to begin soon. The party makes their way to the arena, eager to return the captured monster to its cage. Gladio drops the monster in front of the reception desk with a wet, meaty thud. "I felled it," Livia says without hesitation. "I expected nothing less," the man behind the desk says with a hearty laugh. It quickly becomes clear, however, that this compliment was intended for Gladio. Livia chafes, but at least the beast has been returned. The party makes its way back out of the arena. "What's a runt like you come to the arena for?" the warriors sneer in Livia's direction. His blood clearly boiling, Livia spins around on a heel and raises his fist. "Say that one more time," he shouts. Fists raised and eyes locked. You can see they'll come to blows any second now. You reckon Livia's no match for his opponent and decide to intervene on his behalf. You call out, and the warrior throws a flurry of fists your way. Thankfully, you anticipated this would happen and managed to dodge them cleanly. You punch like you've never punched before. Punch after punch connects with the warrior's arms as he effortlessly deflects each one and hits you with a punch of his own. "Enough," Gladio barks by way of intervention. Despite picking the fight in the first place, the warriors show no interest in going up against the attendant. They slink off, complaining bitterly as they do so. By all accounts, Livia endures rather crude treatment, despite being a maiden. You snap out of your thoughts when Gladio turns and thanks you for aiding in the monster's capture. He tells Livia to show you to the inn, as if to suggest everyone could use a rest after that fight, and takes his leave. You arrive at the inn, eager to rest. You mention to Livia once more what brings you to the West Isle. You speak of the current state of Omega Isle and how the Maiden's relics are key to saving the island. Livia hears your tale in full, only to politely decline your entreaty. He pauses for a moment, lost in thought. "I'm not the Maiden," he confesses rather abruptly. Lack helpfully explains that since Livia is not an official maiden, his relic is no more than an ordinary weapon, and therefore of no help to Laddie. He explains that while it's true he was born into a long line of maidens, he has not been recognized as the maiden on account of being a man. That his mother, the previous maiden, fell in battle, and he has simply been named as Maiden to fill the role in the interim. Livia, his confession complete, bids you farewell and walks off. Clearly, the Maiden's circumstances are as varied as the islands on which they live. On the desk is a piece of paper, upon which is scrawled a terribly handsome doodle of lac. There's nothing out there that can't be dealt with tomorrow, after all. You return to your room. Lac floats in the air, its mouth gently opening and closing. You presume it to be asleep. You lift your hands close to its ear and clap once with vigor. Explosions! Help! We're all gonna die! It shrieks, shooting even further into the air. Laddie sits in the chair, head bobbing in a desperate, if futile, struggle against sleep. She's no doubt exhausted from all the fighting. Everyone is plainly spent from a day of fighting. The time has come for rest. Enter the Maiden's match with me, Livia blurts out nonsensically, barreling into your room. It's a special tournament, and it starts soon, Livia explains breathlessly. As it happens, they'll select the next maiden from the winners. A fitting festival for the might-obsessed hero's dominion, you think. But will they actually recognize Livia as the next maiden if he wins? Livia says he simply wants to win the tournament and gaze smugly at all the people who've called him weak over the years. You think back on how the citizens of the Dominion treat Livia. How hard he works at a dangerous occupation, yet receives no respect for it. You can hear the pain of it in his voice every time he speaks. All right, it's a deal, you say. Besides, fighting people from all sorts of different places sounds like fun. When does it, you begin? But Livia cuts you off with an excited, tomorrow. The sun is dazzling on this, the morning of the tournament. The clanking of blades echoes all around you. Let's get to reception quick, Livia chirps as he joins you en route to the arena. Here to pick up a few scars? The man behind the desk asks with a smirk. He begins explaining the rules of the Maiden's match. Participants register in pairs, taking on the roles of maiden and attendant as they fight. Once you're registered, you can go wait in the vestibule, the man explains, gesturing at the far door. What do you think you're doing? The crimson attendant's voice stops you in your tracks. Let's go, Livia says as he runs through the door, perhaps presuming that Gladio has no business dictating what he can and cannot enter. Immature brat, Gladio sighs, his helmet hiding his expression from view. Even so, you detect a note of worry rather than fury in his voice. I'll go easy on you, the woman says, brimming with confidence. The man's knees knock together. You reach out to him, concerned. "Don't mind me. This is all excitement," he barks, sweating. Laddie seems to be in good spirits. You imagine she'd say, "This ought to be fun." "You know we're going to fight, don't you?" you ask. Laddie turns pale. Clearly, she misunderstood what kind of tournament this was. "We'll show 'em all," Lavia shouts, psyching himself up for the fight. The ringleader's voice echoes off the stone walls of the lobby. Onward to battle. All right. Time. Fight him off. Fortune favors the bold. Magnificent. Lavia wipes the sweat from his brow as you approach. You greet him, and he leaps back with a yelp. "Don't sneak up on me like that," he snaps, with no small amount of embarrassment. Ah, youth. Awkward youth. Laddie can hardly contain her excitement at having won. You can tell because she's looking up at the sky, furiously punching the air above her head. You're not the worst I've fought, the woman says, still exuding confidence. My quarrel is not with you, the man says coolly, his trembling knees betraying his outwardly calm demeanor. Okay, the only way out is through. Fight him off. If we win this next fight, that's it, Lavia says in quiet awe. Let's wipe those smug looks off everyone's faces, you say by way of encouragement. Yeah, Lavia shouts in response. The ringleader announces the final battle. There's no turning back now. Buckle up, Buttercup, Black shouts for some reason at Laddie, who is drained from the consecutive battles. The man hangs his head in shame, having lost in battle. For reasons beyond your understanding, his legs are still shaking. I went easy on you, the woman seethes, remaining strong even in defeat. Who else should be waiting for you in the final round but the Crimson Attendant? Despite this being a team event, he's battled his way to the final round all by himself. Do your worst, he bellows, striking an intimidating pose. Don't need to tell me twice, Lavia barks back, gripping his sword for dear life and fixing his gaze upon his attendant. Oh, this fight won't be anything like the others. Magnificent. The powerful attendant bears down with all his might, but Lavia holds firm. As the pair struggle, a section of the arena wall suddenly blows apart. A familiar beast emerges from the dust and the rubble. One you swear you saw in chains but a day ago. Whipped into a frenzy, the beast whirls a hammer over its head and charges you. Fortune favors the... It has been a brutal struggle. The beast's knees buckle ever so briefly. There's your opening. Time for our special attack. The Crimson Maiden and his attendant bellow in unison. You did great. The Crimson Maiden and his stalwart attendant's attack slays the beast. Gladio at last acknowledges the strength hidden within Livia and recognizes him as an equal. Use that strength to fulfill your destiny, Gladio says with the air of a proud father seeing his own son off on an adventure. Livia prepares to address the raucous crowd. He places a hand to his chest, gathers himself for a moment, and begins his speech. He tells of his history with Gladio, who trained him ever since he was a young boy and raised him in place of his departed mother. Gladio taught him the true meaning of strength, so he could one day fulfill the maiden's destiny. He molded Livia into a strong young man from an immature boy. And now that his strength has been universally recognized, Livia tells the crowd it is time to reveal a truth that he has kept well hidden. Livia is in fact a woman, and thus the rightful successor to the Crimson Maiden. I, Livia, swear to protect this land as its rightful maiden. She raises her relic to the sky. It begins to shine with a light to rival the sun overhead. Livia, the Crimson Maiden by name and birthright, basks in the glory her people rain down upon her. Her small frame shows no sign of buckling under the immense responsibility that is now upon her. At last, she looks ready. Livia is mobbed by a heaving crowd of admirers. Seeing as they're bound to keep her busy for some time, and surmising that there will be other opportunities to borrow the relic, you decide to depart Hero's Dominion. You bid the Dominion farewell as the sun dyes the sky a deep red in celebration of the Maiden's victory. The voice belongs to none other than the Crimson Maiden herself, guardian of the West Isle. She approaches you, serene and calm as can be. Who is this person? Was the belligerence and bravado all an act? A lie? Is there a difference? Acknowledging your friendship forged in the crucible of battle, she hands the maiden's relic to Laddie, on the condition that should she become a maiden, Laddie must visit the Dominion and return the relic. Livia gives a hearty wave as you push off from shore. Why would the Crimson Maiden, whose biggest wish has just come true, be crying? No, no, no. Her face must be catching the light of the setting sun. Yes, that's why her eyes look so red. Laddie gazes out at the horizon from the deck of the ship as it rolls over the waves. The Crimson Maiden became a maiden in the end. You reckon Laddie's thinking about that journey and what it means for her. Laddie takes out her book and scribbles something inside, which she then shows to you. Apparently, Laddie's mother was the previous maiden of the village. There might be some clues as to how to become a maiden in the personal effects she left behind. Her proposal is as big as her handwriting is small. You nod firmly and cut the rudder in the direction of Omega Isle. Lack claps you on the shoulder, saying, "You could do with a rest here and there yourself." It then starts to chant some kind of spell. Lack casts a spell on the ship, and suddenly the sails unfurl and the wheel begins to turn without any assistance. It explains that your ship can now travel to any island you've already visited on its own. You've never seen Lack look so smug with itself, and that's saying something. A number of warriors are gathered around the Crimson Maiden. Oh, I just bit my tongue. Sorry. A number of warriors are gathered around the Crimson Maiden. They all seem to be speaking about problems in the Dominion. The Crimson Attendant watches over his charge wordlessly, but pride lurks in his expression. A man bumps shoulders with you as he attempts to rush past. "I'm so sorry, I'm late for my match," he exclaims, completely flustered. He hurriedly explains that he's on his way to the arena where the strongest in the realm are gathering to compete. "If you think you stand a chance, why don't you join the tournament?" he suggests, then dashes off. You find yourselves back in the village Laddie had hitherto refused to return to. Her grip on the Crimson Maiden's relic tightens. Her face is taut and determined. Laddie sets foot in the village, not even bothering to have Lack transform her face with its shape-shifting magic. "So, you've returned," a woman says with no small amount of displeasure. "What a warm welcome." The woman heads out of view towards the center of town, as if fleeing from Laddie's very presence. You know that Laddie, for her part, wants to become a maiden so she can protect these people. You just hope you can get that message through to them. You begin introducing Laddie, only to be rudely interrupted. "I'm busy," the old man snaps. You begin introducing Laddie, but the boy cuts you off. "Look, I'm sorry, but you need to leave." The frankly heartless reception Laddie receives begins to weigh on her. Her head hangs low. Her resolve from earlier, now a distant memory. Whatever happened here? It's frayed her relations with the village, even more than you thought. You all decide it's best to leave the villagers alone for the time being, and instead search for her mother's personal effects. Laddie leads you to her home, which turns out to be the home of Mayor Grief. You always considered yourself close with Grief, and yet you had no idea he had a daughter. You open the door to a completely silent house. Grief must be out. Laddie enters what is ostensibly her home with the soft, suspicious movements of a thief. You step into Grief's room. Sunbeams from the window play across an immaculately organized desk and tidy bookshelf. You all search for her mother's effects, doing your best not to disturb anything. Laddie tugs insistently at your sleeve. Has she found something? You turn to her. She holds in her hands a weathered book. It looks rather like the one she's been making a picture book out of. This is it. You both might finally learn something definitive about her mother. You gently open the cover. What are you doing here? The master of the house appears, his eyes wild with suspicion, darting between you and Laddie. You insist that you can explain, if he'd just give you a chance. He roars, clearly not willing to give you that chance. His face contorts with demonic fury. Tears forming in her eyes at the sudden and incomprehensible rage emanating from the man, Laddie runs out of the room. You give chase, not sparing a single moment to contemplate what could possibly cause someone as kind as Grief to become such a monster. Thus far, you have woven a tale of adventure that has incorporated yarns from the maidens of the South and West Isles. According to your navigation map, there ought to be islands home to maidens in the northern and eastern regions of the ocean as well. You've likely grown quite accustomed to seafaring. From this point onward, you can sail the ocean as you see fit. But be wary. One never knows what might happen out on the high seas. Oh, yeah, Don't hold back. Oh, excuse me. You can't. Ahoy, matey. It's like you could... Fight him off. Nope, nope. Don't hold back. Ah, the... Fight him off. Fortune favors the... From out of nowhere, a sweet fragrance wafts over you. You look up to see ripe fruit in the tree above. There's a reasonably sized stone at your feet. A precise pitch at the tree's bough could knock some fruit loose. You take the stone in hand and wind up. Your pitch strikes a ripened fruit dead on. Its splatter rains down upon your heads. He explains that everything is on sale, and he hopes you'll buy something. It seems he'll get in trouble with his boss if he brings back any goods unsold. The peddler is closing up the stall to head back to his boss. See you another time, he says. You cannot shop here anymore. Hope you win. A fisherman aboard his boat is calling for help to go crab fishing. It's quite well known that fishing for crabs is a risky venture, but you'll be paid handsomely if we land our haul, the fisherman coaxes. As soon as you agree to help, the fisherman instructs you. Pull up one of those nets, will you? Amongst a tangle of seaweed and fry, you spot a crab leg. A shell crab is caught in your net. The shell crab threatens you with a foam of bubbles from its mouth. It's ready for a fight. Magnificent. Fortune favors the bold. You caught a big one. Impressed, the fisherman hands you your reward. Nope. Stop it. Ah, the great. Magnificent. you encounter a fisherman. He stares at the fish and seaweed caught in his net and lets loose a peaked sigh. You inquire as to his frustration, and he replies, "I just can't net myself any sea grapes." The forlorn fisher has evidently only had them once, but has never been able to forget their piquant flavor. He has since scoured seas the world over for them. He returns to his net, muttering to himself, "Oh, I just want some nice salty sea grapes." I don't know what it is, but there's just... And fight. You discover a shipwreck. You climb aboard and begin searching for anything useful. When you return to your vessel, the shipwreck sinks silently into the sea. Magnificent. Nope, nope. Oh, ahoy, matey. It's like you can feel... Fight him off. After a long voyage, you happen upon the North Isle. On the north aisle, you will hear the tale of a maiden in white. Very well then, prepare to go ashore. The North Isle is home to a range of majestic snow-capped peaks, the grandeur of which serves as a constant reminder to the residents of just how small they are. Having grown accustomed to life on the ocean, Laddie helps you prepare to moor the vessel. Lack, meanwhile, continues to laze about within the confines of Laddie's hood. Looks like Lack won't be needing dinner tonight, you muse to yourself as you unfurl the map. From the wharf extends a well-maintained road, which no doubt leads to civilization. Hope you win. You did great. Okay, hold up. And fight. Ahead of you on the path, you spot a woman crouched on the ground. It looks as though she's twisted her ankle. She looks up at you and asks, "Don't suppose you could spare any salve?" You draw some salve from your pack and give it to the woman. She gulps it down in one go, and then starts jumping up and down with considerable vigor. Medicine, am I right? It's the one thing we can all count on, she says with a broad smile. This is all I have, but it's yours. She hands you a small token of her appreciation. She explains that they were given to her as a souvenir by a friend. But alas, she isn't one for seafood. You put the sack of sea grapes into your pack and continue on your journey. Don't hold back. You stand on the edge of the forest. As you lift your foot to step beyond the tree line, an ominous, rumbling voice reaches your ears. Be gone! The trees rustle ominously. Perhaps it is best not to tempt fate. The fisherman mumbled, "Are these what you're talking about?" Out of your pack, you take a bag given to you by a woman you'd met previously and show the contents to the man. The man's eyes light up the moment they fall upon the tiny fruits of the sea. Almost instantly, he blurts out, "I'll take them off your hands." You hand your sea grapes to the fisherman. No sooner do you hand them to him than he begins devouring them with great gusto. Through a mouthful of sea grapes, the fisherman says, "Here, take this as thanks." He holds something out to you. He explains that he caught it in his net in some ocean or another. It had an unusual shape, so he decided to hang on to it rather than throw it away. You push the bent stick into your pack. It sticks out a bit, and you think to yourself that it's not the easiest thing to fit in there. Magnificent. Magnificent. You are greeted by sublime white gates, the likes of which you've never seen. As you attempt to pass through them and enter the city, someone garbed entirely in white rushes out, as if running from something, and crashes into you. You cannot see their face for the white mask covering it, but the fact that they have a weapon in hand makes you think they're a city soldier. You extend a hand to the soldier, who tumbled to the ground after your collision. "Out of my way," the soldier shouts, their voice muffled by the mask, before charging at you. Apparently, they want to fight. You parry the soldier's sword, then watch as they flee to the west. You come across an open-air stall. A sign reads, "Goods bought here." As you peer into the stall, its proprietress calls out to you. "This is an exchange shop. We'll pay good money for whatever you have." "But this determines the price," she continues, revealing the die in her hand. It seems she's finished buying for the day. The proprietress begins closing up shop, and you go on your way. You did great. This must be a stela of the Isle's guardian spirit. Show 'em what you got. Crystal clear water runs through canals in the white-wreathed city. This place is far more beautiful than any village you've ever visited. Welcome to Alabaster City, the soldier at the gate greets, though his eyes don't even glance your way. You suppose he's busy monitoring the streets. As you look around, you see soldiers gathered in a ravaged corner of the city. You can't help but wonder what transpired there. Despite that, the other residents carry on with their daily lives as if nothing is amiss. The contrast strikes you as strange. Alabaster City seems intolerant of impurity. It makes you wonder if its history is as spotless as its appearance. Your group enters a frightfully disordered armorer. Half-finished bits of plate, pauldrons, and other protectives litter the interior of the establishment. The owner and resident blacksmith is mumbling to himself. Someday, I'll forge the strongest suit of armor in the land. You ask him about this, and he proclaims that he aims to make a name for himself as a smith by crafting the greatest armor in the land, which will in turn help his business to flourish. Unfortunately, he continues, the ores he needs to produce higher quality armor have proven difficult to procure. The proprietor of the shop says to you, if you come across any rare ore, by all means, bring it to me. The purveyor of armor once more welcomes you to the shop and is ready to give your coin a loving new home. What can I do for you? The proprietor asks. Will that be all? The proprietor asks. The innkeeper beckons you in with a warm smile. You inquire as to the price of a room, only to receive a soft, "Oh, that won't be necessary," in response. Befuddled, you ask why. I could tell from the moment I laid eyes on you poor pathetic lot that it simply wouldn't be right to ask you for money, she says blithely. Welcome to Alabaster City, the soldier bellows in unison with their colleague to the right of the city gates. Welcome to Alabaster City, the soldier bellows in unison with their colleague to the left of the city gates. The soldier sternly surveys the people walking up and down the street, periodically pausing to write something down on a piece of paper. Do your part to keep Alabaster City clean. The soldier holds out a bag, hoping to collect the refuse of passers-by. What a thankless task protecting Alabaster City's image must be. The city is safe, thanks to the maiden and the soldiers, the girl exclaims. She seems to have not a care in all the world. If I shop here, I'll have to shop next door as well, the woman mutters to herself as she peruses the necklaces on display. It would only be fair, she says, trying on one of the necklaces. If anything bad happens, the maiden and the soldiers handle it, the boy says, though clearly bored with the peaceful city. You know what happens to those who enter the shrine unbidden, warns a paper pasted to the gate of the shrine. Alas, you don't know, and are left to wonder and despair. This area is off limits, the soldier says, stopping you in your tracks. Among the townsfolk peacefully going about their day, you see two young women making quite the racket. It's all your fault, one woman shouts at the other, whose eyes run with tears. They appear to be fighting. No fighting, Lack exclaims in a rare bout of righteousness. Get out of my sight, you weird puppet, the woman retorts. Lack is shocked. She may be right about Lack being strange, but you admittedly feel a bit bad for it. The self-assured woman is Lanka, the Ivory Maiden and keeper of the island's destiny. The woman being berated is Krim, the Ivory Maiden's attendant. The women explain that they were entrusted with killing the deserter who ravaged the town. Lanka claims that the deserter escaped because of her bungling attendant and noogies a fist against either side of Krim's head. Lanka gives your group a long, appraising look before whispering, "You'll do nicely." Consider this a great honor, she continues, then orders you to help her in the search for the deserter. You had wanted to ask her about her maiden's relic, but now it seems you have no choice but to obey her command. You wonder if the masked soldier you saw earlier could be the deserter the Ivory Maiden is after. You inform her that the soldier fled to the west. According to the Maiden and her attendant, a woodland known as the Mystic Forest lies in that direction. The Mystic Forest is a dense wood. Travelers who have ventured through the closely packed flora claim to have experienced mysterious happenings within. Upon entering the sprawling forest, you notice Krim trembling as her eyes dart about. When you ask her what she's worried about, she explains that there are rumors of talking trees. She suspects it's the work of specters. That's just superstition, Lanka says condescendingly. A somnolent tree. A somnolent tree looks in your direction. If you wish to go further, heed our voices, the tree says eloquently as you approach. Lanka, who had claimed talking trees to be mere superstition, shrieks loudly and holds fast to Krim. Thinking it the attendant's chance to lord this over the Maiden, you glance over. But Krim, in her surprise, has fainted, her eyes rolled back into her head. The tree continues to speak, unbothered by your party. Hellfeet, you wonder if the tree's enigmatic words are some sort of hint to get through the forest. And fight. fortune favors the bold. The tree suddenly begins speaking to you. The tree speaks in a weak voice, as if it might fall over at any second. The tree suddenly begins speaking to you. You feel an energetic aura bursting forth from the talking tree. Don't hold back. As you walk through the tall grass, you hear a weak voice calling to you from behind. "Serves you right," it says. Immediately afterward, you are assaulted by countless pebbles and make a swift retreat. As you walk through the tall grass, you hear a lively voice behind you shout, "Good luck!" Hope you win. After doing as the sprightly tree said, you're able to move forward. It seems that the tree near the entrance spoke true. If you lose your way up ahead, perhaps you should listen to what the other trees have to say. The ivory attendant complains as you make your way through the dense trees, repeatedly invoking Lanka's wrath. Each time, Laddie pats the crestfallen Krim on the head. You hope to pacify Lanka, but rather than being soothed, she simply pouts. I'm a brilliant maiden. I deserve better than this. She explains that in Alabaster City, maiden and attendant are decided by national decree and cannot be contested. It appears each island's maiden and attendant have a unique relationship. Excellent. The tree suddenly begins speaking to you. The tree enthusiastically teaches you the way. You hear the whispers of a small tree's voice in your ears. The voice is frail and followed by a sigh. It sounds like the tree really hates travelers. Fortune favors the bold. The tree suddenly begins speaking to you. The tree directs you one way in a frail voice. As you walk through the tall grass, you hear a lively voice shout from behind. Yes, that's right. Excellent. The tree suddenly begins speaking to you. The words sound as if they're being wrung out from the tree itself. You wonder if you can take them at face value. The tree suddenly begins speaking to you. The tree's voice trembles in fear. You wonder what would happen if you did wake up the slumbering tree. The tree suddenly begins speaking to you. The tree trembles in its frailty. You wonder if it fears humans. You hear snoring nearby. When you look, you see what appears to be a healthy tree snoozing away. Despite your curiosity, you decide to leave without doing anything. As you walk through the tall grass, you hear a weak voice murmur. Seeing you distracted by the voice, nearby monsters take the chance to launch a surprise attack. Excellent. Magnificent. After defeating the monsters, you pause to catch your breath. Suddenly, your surroundings start to distort. When the warping finally stops, you realize that you've returned to a familiar path. It appears you took a wrong turn somewhere and must find your way anew. And fight. Show 'em what you got. Don't hold back. And fight. You gently shake the tree, and it opens its eyes. Despite having just awoken, the tree speaks in a lively voice. "My apologies," it exclaims, then leans out of the way. When it does, you see a path on the other side. Apparently, the tree is allowing you to pass. As you walk through the tall grass, you hear a gloomy voice calling to you from afar. "You think you're so clever," it says. And fight. And fight. Magnificent. At last, you corner the deserter deep in the forest. "You won't get away," Lanka shouts. Pressured by the maiden, the deserter takes a step back. "Leave me alone," the masked soldier pleads. But the ivory maiden pays their words no mind and charges into battle. The Ivory Maiden's powerful strike cleaves through the soldier's mask. Broken, the mask crumbles to the ground in pieces. Everyone gasps. The face beneath the mask looks just like Lanka's. "I just want to live," the woman says, glaring at your party. Realizing that everyone is taken aback by her appearance, she seizes the opportunity to flee deeper into the forest. Lack, in true boneheaded fashion, asks, "Do you have a twin or something?" Lanka, absorbed in her own thoughts, hasn't an ear for Lack's words. Though originally tasked with killing a deserter, you find yourselves faced with a woman who bears a striking resemblance to the Ivory Maiden. You get a creeping feeling that something sinister lurks beneath Alabaster City's pristine facade. Okay, want me to take you to the exit so you don't get lost in all these trees? You make your way toward the forest exit. By the time you make it out of the woods, Lanka has returned to her normal self. You explain that you're on a journey to help Laddie become a maiden and need the maiden's relic. Lanka tells you that the relic is proof of her maidenship and more precious than life itself, then promptly refuses to give it to you. However, in honor of you helping her on her nationally decreed mission, she agrees to accompany you to the spire. A maiden must always be benevolent, she says, her eyes shining with pride at her lofty position. You escort Lanka. I never thought the deck would be stained in a maiden's blood, you think to yourself as the ungrateful words leave her mouth. As if sensing your murderous intent, Laddie looks at you and takes deep breaths, urging you to take your own. What a desolate place, Lanka murmurs. You suppose it is, especially compared to Alabaster City. You all stand before the altar, the Ivory Maiden and her attendant included. "So what do we do here?" Lanka asks. As if on cue, Lack begins chanting his mysterious chant. As the screams of Lanka and Krim fill your ears, you surrender yourself to the dazzling light. After passing through the altar and entering the heart's domain, neither the Ivory Maiden nor her attendant can contain their surprise. Lack, wise in the ways of this world, quickly briefs them on the situation. After digesting Lack's words, Lanka turns to Laddie and says, "Your heart is quite a dark place." Laddie hangs her head heavily, tears in her eyes. Your mission remains unchanged. Somewhere, there is a heart scar that must be healed. "There's a heart scar to the west," Lack says. Trusting in his words, you head that way. Fight him off. You reach Burdenberg, a town rife with laddie's woes. The residents here cannot help but hate those who lay bare their true feelings. As soon as you enter the town, your nose is assailed by a strange odor. It appears a muddy marsh has inundated the place. And fight. You see a girl gleefully playing with the mud. Upon closer inspection, you recognize her as Fila, the Azure Maiden. When you introduce Fila to Lanka, the Ivory Maiden responds sardonically. "You seem to be having a lot of fun for a maiden," says the one who looks like she's itching to have a good time. Fila replies playfully. It appears she hit the nail on the head as Lanka's face reddens. "How dare you?" the Ivory Maiden shouts, though nothing more makes it out of her mouth. "Don't cause trouble." You hear a familiar voice. It sounds like the Azure attendant. Suddenly, Hyde appears, splashing around in the muddy marsh. Fila and Hyde pay you no mind whatsoever as they frolic in the mud. Fight 'em off. Excellent. And fight. Magnificent. What should we do today? The man murmurs to himself as he uses mud to craft a human-sized doll. When you ask him what he's doing, he says that he doesn't have any friends, so he's making a mud buddy. Thinking it might get lonesome with the mud buddy as his only company, you decide to become his friend. The doll begins to wriggle and writhe before transforming into something that looks just like you. This is all possible thanks to the mud, he says cheerfully, happy to finally have a friend. You see an old man gulping down the contents of a mud-filled cask. When he notices your party, he suddenly asks, "You young'uns up for a challenge?" As if a human could ever compete against me, Lax says. But then, the old man flicks Lax's forehead, sending it soaring. Laddie gets into an awkward fighting stance, seemingly determined to fight, when... "You'll have to try harder," he says, suddenly behind her, and claps her on the shoulder. Don't overdo it, you caution him, well aware of his age, when suddenly his fist comes flying at you. Despite his elderly appearance, he moves swiftly. he can easily hold his own against you, and your duel results in a draw. You've got a long way to go, the old man tells you as he drinks mud from his cask. To your surprise, the residents seem rather grateful to the muddy marsh at the town center. You decide that it may be worth investigating. Good work. It appears the volume of mud in the marsh has decreased. perhaps because of all the uses the villagers have found for it. From within the marsh, stairs appear. Don't hold back. Don't hold back. fight him off. Hope you win. Excellent. Excellent. Show 'em what you got. Magnificent. Magnificent. You see a little girl drowning in the marsh. Lanka reflexively prepares to dive into the marsh to save the girl, but is stopped by Krim. Lanka, you can't swim, she says, exposing the maiden's sole weakness. Lanka decides to leave the rescuing to you and resigns herself to crouching dejectedly nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, you leap into the marsh to save the girl. You swim to the girl and grab onto her, but she smiles as if her drowning had been an act and praises you. You really are a hero, aren't you? The girl then gets sucked into the marsh and disappears. Fortune favors the bold. And fight. Magnificent. And fight. Excellent. Fight him off. Excellent. Fight him off. Magnificent. Fight him off. Fortune favors the bold. Fortune favors the bold. Fight him off. Show 'em what you got. Excellent. Fortune favors the boy. Don't hold back. Fortune favors the boy. You see a familiar figure in the center of the marsh. In the depths of the strange mud-filled town, you find yourself. Or rather, a shadow of yourself. As you look closer, you realize that mud oozes forth from his feet. It appears that he is the source of the mud. With an ecstatic expression, he scoops the mud at his feet and calls it talent. The talent for fighting. The talent for making friends. You have used your various talents to lead Laddie on this journey. The shadow points at Laddie and speaks. Talent, yes. Something you lack, he tells her with a haughty laugh. You know that Laddie has done everything in her power to acquire her own talents on the journey. The shadow just laughs and sinks to the bottom of the marsh. So this is the heart scar, Krim gulps, as she stands before the horrendous light. Along with the voice, a giant shadow emerges from the scar. You stand ready to fight the monster. favors the bold. Magnificent. Within the shadow's final words, you sense sorrow. Laddie was entrusted with the duty of becoming a maiden. Thanks to her talent, she was loved by all. But it was a false love. No one would truly love someone who was destined to disappear. When people discovered she hadn't the makings of a maiden, they stopped caring for her, and she descended into the darkness of desolation. After defeating the shadow, you use the maiden's relic to heal the heart scar. You successfully restore the town and heal the wound on Laddie's heart. Your mission fulfilled. You decide to return to the world you came from. Fila and Hyde look perfectly content as they splash about in the water. Such a sight is no longer possible anywhere but this world. You spy an old man vigorously working out and ask him what he's doing. He tells you he has to work out in order to be able to keep up during playtime with his grandchildren. "It's so good of you to stop by," the man booms as soon as he sees you, throwing his arms around you for a giant bear hug. You give him a reluctant pat on the arm, your companions looking on with wry amusement. With the door opened by the self-proclaimed spirit spell, you leave the heart's domain behind. Upon your return to your original world, Lanka and Krim look weary from their unbelievable experience. Laddie, meanwhile, is fast asleep on the floor again, recovering from her sudden change of heart. Her sleeping face, which you'd seen occasionally at the grotto, seems to have softened a bit from the anguished way it looked before. Thanks to the Ivory Maiden and her attendant, you've accomplished your mission. You prepare to take them back to the North Isle. As you make your way ashore, you see an impeccable line of soldiers in white armor awaiting you. A welcome party? Lack asks, though the atmosphere is far from welcoming. In accordance with national decree, we have come to apprehend the rebellious Maiden, the soldiers say, pointing countless blades at you. According to the soldiers, allowing the masked soldier to escape in the forest was a huge infraction of national decree. Lanka hangs her head. Apparently, national decrees are matters of utmost importance to maidens. A soldier, who appears to be the squadron's captain, claps Lanka in restraints. The maiden must be educated, the captain says. Dispose of the others, including the attendant. Magnificent. Fortune favors the bold. After defeating the soldiers, you spot neither hide nor hair of Lanka. According to Krim, the maiden will likely be taken to the Foundation, a school beneath the palace, to be educated. You begin walking toward the palace in hopes of saving the maiden, dragging along the faint attendant. Lanka, she murmurs, "Oh, Lanka." The man gazes out over the pristine city. Not the easiest place to explore with some snacks in hand. Too clean, he muses. The palace gate that leads to the Foundation is blocked by a burly soldier. It doesn't look like you'll get past easily. You place your hand on your weapon, but before you can strike, Krim beckons you over to a different route. According to her, there's a hidden passage leading from the Maiden Shrine to the Foundation. Beneath the edge of the shrine is an old door. Could this be the entrance to the hidden passage? You push open the door and descend the stairs dug into the very earth. The dimly lit passage seems to go on for miles. "This place gives me the creeps," says Lack with a shudder. "There are no ghosts here, so don't worry," Krim replies encouragingly. "Though I can't say the same of enemy soldiers," you warn them. Then continue quickly on your way. Beneath the Alabaster Palace lies the Foundation. Within the sunless corridors echo the sounds of writing, day in and day out. It appears a diary of sorts has been left on the desk. Within its pages, you read orderly lines of text that say the following. Nothing further is written. You replace the diary atop the desk. You see Lanka peeking out from behind the door. But something's not right about her. That's not Lanka, Krim whispers, her whole body trembling. The mysterious girl then dashes off somewhere. Fight him off. Magnificent. You hear a soldier's voice from the other side of the door. You decide not to press your luck and leave the area. An empty basket lies at your feet. What could this possibly be for? Congrats. It is an honor to be chosen as a maiden, the girl whispers to herself. Fight him off. Hope you win. The maiden's relic is more important than life itself, the girl transcribes. The maiden's actions are managed by national decree, the girl writes. The maiden is property of the city, the girl recites repeatedly. The maiden shall not ask for anything, the girl reads aloud. Don't hold back. At the end of the corridor, you find an open space that looks to be a small room. When you peer inside, not like anyone comes through here anyway, the guard grumbles as he half-heartedly surveys the area. I doubt he'd notice an intruder until they slapped him in the face, you say in astonishment. You make it through the room without the guard noticing. Laddie's expression reads of relief. As soon as you leave the room, you hear the soldier say, "Time for lunch." He then promptly leaves the area. Two soldiers survey the area. Lanka should go first, Krim begins, then gasps and covers her mouth. "I'll go first," you say in the stead of a speechless somebody. Then take the vanguard. grab a hold of Laddie, frozen to the spot by the soldier's shout, and flee the area. After you make your getaway, Laddie bows her head deeply to you in apology. Thinking that you should be fine after coming this far, you let your guard down. When you do, you overhear the guard speaking. "Break time," they announce before heading off somewhere. Don't hold back. A single corridor extends in front of you. Either side is lined with countless baskets. While most are empty, there are a few in which you see a humanoid shadow. As you bring your face closer, the shadow does as well, then blinks its eyes. Whatever is within the basket is undoubtedly alive. Chills run down your spine, and you step away from the basket. Good work. As you reach the bottom of the stairs, you see a group of soldiers. You quickly conceal yourselves in the shadows to take stock of the situation. The surveillance is even tighter than before, so you'll have to proceed with the utmost caution. Now, what are we supposed to do when we find an intruder again? The guard asks, flustered. He then readies his weapon and rushes at you. Somehow, you manage to shake off the soldiers. You'll have to watch their movements extra carefully so you don't get caught. That guy is always slacking off, the guard gripes, as he makes a run for you. Bad kids must be punished, the soldier says with a fearless laugh, then closes in on you. It looks like you're having some difficulty getting past the watchful eye of the guards. You sharpen your focus so as not to be found by the guards again. Hey, best of luck out there. I guess it's time to get to work, the soldier remarks lazily, though he sends a sharp glare your way.
You've successfully made it past the soldiers.
Then, Lag starts to sniffle and snuffle.
Clearly, but Laddie swiftly covers its mouth and nose, stifling whatever sound threatens to escape. Lack, practically smothered by Laddie's hand, looks like it's having trouble breathing. Just then, you overhear a messenger informing the guards that they've found evidence of an intruder. All of them hurry upstairs.
Show 'em what you got. Fortune favors the bold. Magnificent. Good work.
Through this door are the school depths. You can hear someone crying on the other side. That's Lanka, Krim exclaims. You and Krim both take a deep breath before kicking down the door. The door is shut tight. You see what appears to be a keyhole. You insert the key and turn it. You're rewarded with the sound of the lock coming undone.
Congrats.
As soon as the girl sees you, she steps back and looks ready to cry. It appears she's scared of something. As you approach, the girl smiles at you gently, then bows elegantly. The girl sobs. "I'll do my best," she wails. "So please, spare me." "If I become a maiden, will I forget this place?" the girl asks, then hands you something. When you pull the key from the keyhole, it snaps in half. You won't be able to use this key anymore. I wonder what my attendant will be like, the girl whispers as she spins in place. Please endorse me as the next maiden, she says, then offers you something. You did great. On the door, you discover a device with numbers on it. It looks like you need to input the right combination of digits to open it. You've got more to do right now, and none of it in this direction. You find yourselves in a dimly lit room. You feel the eyes of the shadows upon you. Lanka, surrounded by the shadows, has her gaze downcast. You saw everything, didn't you? She asks. You suppose she's referring to all the girls who look like her in this school, and the shadows that exude her aura. The Ivory Maiden tells you the truth of the city, which was locked away deep within her memory. This school is a maiden farm. It was established to churn out maiden after maiden, the linchpins of the island, to keep the city forever prosperous. Lanka despairs, saying that everything from her existence to her pride as a maiden were all manufactured by the city so that she could serve as a spare. Dully, she points her blade at you. almost as if she wants to be hurt. Guess you can't. You're Lanka. I know you are, Krim whispers as she holds the fallen maiden. Krim confesses that she's grateful to Lanka for spending time with a fool like herself and treating her kindly from time to time. She continues to say that she would serve Lanka of her own will, even if it went against national decree. You see the two acting like you've never seen them before. This time, Lanka is the one crying as Krim comforts her. Having reopened their hearts to each other, the Ivory Maiden and her attendant reflect upon their newfound happiness. I must say, this was a splendid rescue, Lanka says, looking a little more like her old self, though her eyes are still red and puffy. You have successfully saved the Ivory Maiden. Now, to escape the school. If you make any noise, the soldiers will find you. You must flee as quietly as you can.
Fortune favors the bold. Magnificent.
I think I saw a number in that other room, Lanka remarks, cocking her head to the side. Atop the desk, you find an evacuation route guide. It appears you can escape through the door going straight on from this room. Someone has scrawled the numbers 5731 at the bottom of the page. On the door, you discover a device with numbers on it. You enter 5731 and hear the door unlock. Don't hold back. You open the door and find yourselves back in the city, bathed in white light. You rejoice, having escaped from the heavily guarded Foundation. After everything that's transpired, though, you know that the Ivory Maiden and her attendant cannot remain in the city. Lanka expresses a desire to travel the world with Krim. I think that's a great idea, Krim praises. Of course it is, Lanka replies somewhat bashfully. There they are. You hear the shout of a soldier as you try to flee the city. Now that the Ivory Maiden and her ivory attendant are fugitives who know the city's secrets, the streets are flooded with soldiers looking to apprehend them. You're overwhelmed by the number of soldiers and are quickly surrounded. You have no recourse but to fight. Show 'em what you got.
Magnificent. Magnificent.
There seems to be no end to the soldiers who have been ordered to stop any further infractions of national decree. Your party is reaching its limits. You realize that you might all die here, but take this as proof that I lived, the Ivory Maiden says to Laddie as she hands over her Maiden's relic. After briefly speaking to each other, the two rush into the crowd to save your lives. It's a losing battle. The sharp blades of the soldiers cut through the women. The two gaze at each other as still warm blood flows from their bodies. Regardless of Lanka's origins as a spare, it's clear that she and Krim shared a bond of friendship that could never be replaced. You realize that if you don't move now, their deaths will have been in vain. You take Laddie, who screams silently at the death of her friends, and flee the city. You spot a young woman with a familiar face. Timidly, you ask, "Krim?" She fixes you with a sharp gaze, as if to say, "Don't talk to me." You spot a woman. You spot a young woman with a familiar face. Timidly, you ask, "Lanka?" She offers a tender smile and says, "I am the maiden. Is there something I might aid you with?"